Good afternoon, everybody. This is Pounce2K Gaming here, coming to you live in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I don't know what I did back there, but apparently turning on your yoke causes it to freeze for some reason. So, lol. The whole thing just crashed on me the moment I turned on my yoke. That's kind of ironic for a flight sim, but anyway, let's get straight on into things. And good afternoon, France. Welcome aboard, mate. So before we get started, I do have a little bit of good news. Well, kind of bit of housekeeping, really, more than anything. As I just bring up my bits and bobs. Oh dear, dude, that sucks. There's nothing worse than the flu. I mean, oh, it really does knock you for six. I mean, I get it really bad. Alright, okay, so this good news is the fact that we had a couple of follows and subscriptions last night, which happened just after the stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to feature them at the beginning of this stream right here, right now. So huge thumbs up to those people who provided your support, much appreciated. More specifically, let's start off with OG Mr. Torrance. Better turn that off. Add additional filter, which shouldn't have been on. Right, and then moving on. Another huge thank you to Matthias Iluterio, maybe. I don't know. Don't quote me on that one. But yeah, thank you very much for the description, dude. Much appreciated. So liveries, yeah, we do have liveries. I don't know whether they've updated them since. I haven't actually looked. I've just kept the ones I downloaded from the other week for the time being. I think what we will do is we will quickly check out the marketplace and see if there's anything new there while we're at it. I suppose just see what's happening. Alright, so yeah, let's crack straight on into it. Press any key. Well, what key do you want? Oh god, but this is playing funny today. Oh, what's the matter with it this time? Alright, okay, I tell you what, let's come out of this again. I don't know what's going on with this simulator this morning, but it is playing really funny. Alright, let's take 3. Third time's a charm, innit? And in case you guys aren't aware, the latest patch for War Thunder came out today, but a couple of hours ago, which I said would happen, didn't I? I said the moment I kind of take a step back from War Thunder and the event ends, they'll end up bringing out that update. So, sure enough, there is an update out for War Thunder at the moment. So I don't know where I'll find the time to squeeze some of that in. I've had a brief look and it doesn't actually look like it's that much of a big deal, apart from like the Jaguar and stuff, so I might just leave it until like, I don't know, I might leave it till next week maybe. Or if I'm feeling generous I might do it on the 4th. I don't know. I don't think I would probably be covering it for very long, mind. So I've already had a quick look at the weather, and the weather's looking like really nice across Europe, really. Hey, there we go. We've got it past the press any button screen. That's something. Yeah, I don't know why that was playing funny, but oh well. There you are. Is it bad to say I've kind of been hoping for a bit of naff weather, actually, to be honest with you? Because then at least I could actually, try out different conditions in the sim, whereas, yeah, it's too nice. I imagine it'll get more interesting in the winter though, so give it time. All good things, as I say. Yep, we'll do. We'll load into the marketplace and see what's there once we get to the main menu. It'll take a while because I don't know why, but it takes forever to load into the main menu for some reason. I can't believe I'm still going after yesterday's stream. Honestly, I got up this morning about an hour ago, and I thought to myself, can I really be asked to do this? I was really thinking about turning around and saying, do you know what, stuff it, I'm going back to bed. But we actually managed it, guys. We managed to do a whole 13 hours yesterday. From 8 o'clock in the morning to about just short of 10 o'clock at night. It's safe to say I'm not going to be trying that again anytime soon. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend it. Funnily enough, I found it most difficult in first thing in the morning. First thing in the morning, about middle of the day. By the time evening started approaching, I was like well and truly awake. I don't know what it is. It's like I'm awake by night and like asleep by day. Do you know, I'm getting more and more tempted to one of these days just take a screenshot of like one of these screens or something, and then just put that as the intro to the video rather than the Microsoft intro, and then I could just load all this in beforehand, just for the sake of efficiency. Because I mean, not being funny, but it kind of feels like it's getting slower every time. I know that's probably just me. Ah, we made it. We're in. Right, okay, so let's check out the marketplace, see if there's any new stuff sitting over there. Which, off of the face of it, it doesn't seem like it, but we'll have a look. So, we still have the 182. Yep, still got that. London City, I think that's come down slightly in price, I think. By like 40p or something. Yeah, Leeds was on there before. Yeah, but that was there, that was there. That was already there. Yeah, I don't see anything new on the marketplace just yet. So, I'm guessing either this simulator is rather complex in the way it's been designed, or they haven't given out their development tools long before release, which is probably the more likely scenario, to be honest with you. I need to get the London one of these days. I need to get the London along with the London City. But there's not really much point getting the London City until you've got some planes you can actually fly there, because I mean, not being funny, but a 320 Neo? That's pushing it. Right, okay, so what do we have on the world map? Now, what I was thinking of, I did think of an airport earlier which we haven't actually flown from yet, and that would be London Stansted. Here. Where we'll fly to, I've got no idea. I suppose it really depends on where we want to fly to and how long the runway is, I suppose, as to what aircraft we'll probably end up flying. Anyone got any good ideas? Because, I mean, the weather everywhere is pretty nice. Yeah, we've already done Frankfurt. See if we can find some places we haven't done. We've got a whole, literally a whole globe. I keep leaning towards, like, around this area for some reason. There is Egypt, but I don't think you'll see very much. Not to mention, it's probably going to be quite a long flight. If you take something like the, I don't know, let's say the 787, for example. And you went from Stansted all the way down to... what is the code? I know I got the code in here somewhere. You're looking at about a 4-hour flight. I mean, we've flown over this area quite a few times before, so that's been done. Along this area as well, that's all been done. Serbia, whereabouts is that? Isn't that like round this sort of area? I don't know off the top of my head. Let's have a little look, because I'm thinking you've got right, these are around Stockholm, aren't they? So, which one's the main airport around here? I don't know. Right, well, if that's the general area, then I'm going to put my money on this one then. Looks big enough. Right, I tell you what, let's get the weather for this airport around Stockholm here. We'll get the weather around by, I don't know, say like around Portugal and that. We'll just see what looks interesting, I think. I think that's going to be the way to do it. So, 17 degrees, dew point 9, humidity is 59%. Winds are 090 degrees at 11 knots. Scattered clouds about. There's a few broken. not really anything significant. Alright, let's see. What about? Now, I got a few different ideas in mind, because you got your usual destinations, like you got Palma de Mallorca, Ibiza, all that kind of stuff. Madrid, and you've got places like Lisbon, Faro, and Gibraltar. So let's just see which is going to be the worst one to fly to. Which I think we can probably already rule out the Palma and the Ibiza, because that's going to be nice weather, obviously. We could try and see what we've got round by Madrid. Right, that one's out, nice weather. Let's try Bilbao over here. Again, not anything too significant. Let's try Alicante. Alright, so they seem to be expecting, apparently... No! They seem to be expecting, basically rain associated with thunderstorm, with like broken clouds in the area. So effectively like really heavy rain. Or at least there's a probability of about 30% of it. So we'll leave that one as a maybe. We'll try Gibraltar. Now, I don't really necessarily want to do this one, because it has been on the landing challenge. And the weather's too nice. Yo, sign dude. Good to see you, bro. Alright, Faro's looking okay as well. The weather for tomorrow doesn't look too good though. Expecting mist and Christ knows what. We're running out of options now. Let's try Lisbon. Right, I think we'll try our luck over Alicante then, because there doesn't seem to be anything else around here. I think that'll probably be the way to go. Give us some different views of France, which is good to see. Right, we just got to get our flight plan done now. I'll try and see if I can bring it over to the left here as much as possible, because I know the wing view is like on the left. So we'll see what we can do. Meanwhile, the weather report for Stansted, that is a good question. Winds at 210 degrees at 10 knots. We'll be using runway 22. Shove a gate in there, doesn't really matter where, anywhere. So we could do 42 for 42. Let's turn that off. That's better. Right, now departures, we're going to want one from runway 22, something that looks usable. And that one takes us all the way out over to there, really. That one looks better. Yeah, much better. Then, let's just double check, what weather do we have down there? Winds at 100 degrees, 7 knots. So we'll be coming in to land on runway 10. Okay, that doesn't look too bad, actually. Let's have a quick look see what other approaches there are. I think we're about done. Yeah, I think we'll be sticking with the first one. Yeah, let's do that. Right, so now we gotta pick a plane now. So what do you guys want to fly in? In fact, hang on, let's just double check what are the runway limits. Let's see what our options are. Right, that is a 10,000 foot runway. And over at Stansted we have also a 10,000 foot runway, so that means we could actually fly anything. So I'd say the options we would probably have would be the A320 Neo, the 787-10 Dreamliner, or the 747-8. Well, if no one's got any particular preference, then I think we'll probably go for the 320 because we've got more liveries for the 320. We've done EasyJet a lot, so let's not do that. there any like Spanish airlines? You can see here because I can't say I can say any. We can do the 747. There is basically not many liveries for it though. That's the only thing I would say. I have no idea what the difference is between those two. I could not tell you. I have no idea. Alright, we'll do it like that, I think. Right, so, as far as cruising altitudes are concerned, tempted to say like 37 for some reason. We best change our gates to something bigger then. Oh, they've only got small. We just have to see what it's like. get comfortable. I forgot it's a loading screen. Sup, my bro? Yeah, fair enough. FYI, the latest War Thunder update dropped this morning, just a couple of hours ago, so you got some new kit to play with. Do you think we fit? I don't know. I think we just about fit. Just, kind of. I mean, sure, we've kind of invaded the other gate as well, but, you know, meh. Right, that seems to be alright. Can we get external power? That is the question. No. Right, this could be a problem, actually. If I can't get this started, then there's no way we can fly this 747 because the gates are too small, we can't get the ground power. That's the problem. The only other thing I can do is try using the battery to get the APU going, but again, if it doesn't want to start. starts. Haha! We managed to get it to start. Right, we are running under the APU entirely at the moment. It's better, I can see a bit more now. Should be some more around here somewhere. I'm sure there should be like a panel, like, for the floor, like, on this bottom console somewhere. From what I remember. I'm just looking at different lighting switches, just more personal preference stuff. Nothing too functional. I don't tend to fly the 747 a lot, so I'm not as familiar with this aircraft as I am with others. Okay, what ground services can we get? If any. Basically none. Okay, that's fine, not a problem. Let's tune in the ATIS, let's get the weather information, see where we're at.
12,100 feet. Temperature 17. Dew point 10. Altimeter 30.05. ILS runway 22 in use. Landing and departing runway 22. VFR aircraft, the direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instruction. Advise controller on initial contact you have whiskey. Stansted Airport information.
Okay, got that. Happy days. Yeah, we'll go with that one.
Stansted ground, Pounce2K, 1 heavy IFR to Alicante, ready to copy. Pounce2K, 1 heavy is cleared to Alicante Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.475 squawk 0563. Pounce2K, 1 heavy cleared to Alicante Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure on 118.475 squawk 0563. Pounce2K, 1 heavy readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.73 when ready to taxi.
Okay, let's get them out of the way. Let's forget that we've had any of the ground service. Let's just say that's all been done and dusted. So we will prepare our next steps, which is going to be to turn on our beacon lights. And do you know what I like about this? On the 747, you can actually turn just the lower beacon lights on before you turn on the one on the top of the fuselage, which is a great idea because it means I can let the ground crew know, just using the lower one, that we're going to be starting our engines soon along with our pushback, which is fantastic. Shove the wing and the logos on while we're here as well, I suppose. Alright, and then just before we do that, we need to do our payload. I think we can already safely say that is going to be more than enough. So I'm not even going to bother changing that, to be honest.
Stansted ground, Ryanair 1 IFR to Palma, ready to copy. Ryanair 1 is cleared to Palma Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Departure frequency is 120.625 squawk 4763. Ryanair 1 cleared to Palma Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Departure on 118.475 squawk 4763. Ryanair 1 readback correct. Contact ground on 121.73.
Right, let's get ready for our pushback.
Stansted ground, Ryanair 1 requesting pushback.
I have no idea which cameras are which.
Ryanair 1 pushback request accepted.
Right, so we got that one. We've got this one. And we've got that one. And we don't want to push back too far, God forbid, because there's like an aircraft right behind us. So, what I think I'm going to do is, I think we're going to do the pushback first and then start the engines. Because I know we don't have much room at all. And who is that who's pushing back. Let me just double check. Because if it's the same plane that wants to push back, then this could get messy.
Stansted ground, Ryanair Tiger 191 with whiskey ready to taxi IFR.
Alright, it's not that one, it's fine.
Ryanair Tiger 191 taxi to and hold short of runway 22 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 121 decimal Tiger 55 when ready. Taxi to and hold short runway 22 using taxiway Alpha Ryanair Tiger 191.
We can get away with that. There's no other planes in the gates, so we can just swing around. Right, okay, let's get these engines started. Engines 1 and 2 are operating normally. Just wait for the other two on the right side to spool up. Engine 3 is good. And there we've got engine number 4 nice and stable. Right, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to turn on the generators from these engines. We can then come off the EPU generator. We'll keep that running until we get to the runway and then we can turn that off. Meanwhile, we can now put both of our beacon lights on. We should have our taxis on. We can get our taxi clearance and start heading out towards the runway, wherever that may be.
Stansted ground, Pounce2K 1 heavy with whiskey ready to taxi IFR. Pounce2K 1 heavy taxi to and hold short of runway 22 via taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 121 decimal Tiger 55 when ready. via taxiway Alpha, Pounce2K, 1 Heavy.
That's actually a really easy taxi, actually. I was expecting that to be a little bit more complicated than that. I think we will take the second one just because it's got a more of a curve on it for us. Bearing in mind we're like a huge 747. Shove the parking brakes on and we get ourselves in contact with the tower, turn off our takeoff lights.
Tower Pounce2K, 1 Heavy and runway 22 ready for takeoff. IFR to Alicante. Pounce2K, 1 Heavy, hold short runway 22. Traffic is generic on the runway. Ryanair 8777 turn next taxiway.
Well, I wouldn't have said it was a Ryanair, but okay.
Pounce 759er, 1 heavy. Ryanair 8777 exit runway when able. Ryanair 8777 contact ground on 121.7 tree. Pounce 759er, 1 heavy cleared for takeoff runway 22. Cleared for takeoff runway 22, Pounce 759er, 1 heavy. One two one decimal 7 tree for Ryanair 8777.
Afternoon, bud. How's it going? We're going to turn those on. We're going to also turn on our strobe lights as well. That is us all set up for takeoff. Car parking brake off. I have no idea if I've got the pitch trim done right or not. I'm not sure. Again, I haven't really flown this aircraft as much. Ah, yeah, that's good. This is what we call a rolling takeoff. Knots. B1.
Ryanair 7 miles northeast inbound Airlines runway 22 approach.
Rotate.
Ryanair 983 tower. Cleared Airlines runway 22 approach. Altimeter 30.05 wind 232 at 14.
It's going to be V2. That's actually not too bad. I mean,
runway 22. Wind 232 at 14.
if I just remember that pitch trim setting of 5.5 and then just be a little bit more gentle on the stick, then that will actually work out pretty nice.
Going to 118.475 Pounce 759er, 1 heavy. London Center, Pounce 759er, 1 heavy is at 2,900 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
This is the 747-8.
London Center, continue as planned. Altimeter 30.05.
I mean, I've usually flown the 320 the most so far. I really want a 737. That's what I really want. That's what I'm in my element, really. Alright, let's go. Gear up.
linear miles east of Luton. Contact Luton Tower on 132.555 when inbound. Tower on 132.555 Ryanair.
That is a very good question. We are flying over to Alicante. It's quite difficult to choose where to fly to at the end because everywhere is really nice. The weather is just too good.
Ryanair 8364 traffic is 12 o'clock, 3 miles at 11,000 feet generic. Report them in sight. Wesco 190 to you are 1,300 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet altimeter 30.05.
We had to shove the autopilot on in a sec.
8364 traffic in sight. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet Wesco 190
That pitch trim really changes once you take the flaps back in.
Now 759 1 heavy climb and maintain flight level 210. 5 and maintain flight level 210 pounds 759 1 heavy.
Yeah, now tell me about it. Alright, we'll keep that 270 for now.
124 you are 9 miles east of Luton. Contact Luton Tower on 132.555 when inbound. Easy 2406 you are 17 miles south. Descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 25 approach via ski transition. Clear to a ski.
We ship that at 2,000.
Contact approach on 120.625. Descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 25 approach via the ski transition. Clear to a ski easy 2406.
Right, that's that sorted.
120.625 Ryanair 8364.
I would say the 747 isn't too bad. I mean, if I was to choose it over the 320, I'd probably pick the 320, but that's probably because I've just flown it more. See, I think the thing is when it comes to the Airbus, it looks like a really simple plane, but it's not. It's actually really technical, but it's got fewer buttons, so you got less to play around with. Whereas something like the 747, the 737, all of that kind of stuff, it's got tons of buttons and switches for you to play around with, which is easier if you know where they are. So for example, if you give me a 737, then yeah, not a problem. I would find that a lot easier than 320, because I know where everything is. You give me a 747, and I'm trying to suss out where everything is.
6,000 feet, keep speed below 220 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 left approach by Bravo India Golf transition. Cleared to Bravo India Golf, Swiss 354.
Then that's when it gets a little more hectic. Thank you for the follow, Simi Dan. Much appreciated, dude. By the way, that was a really good video you made on the that shunting that you did on the Bakerloo line. Really simple tutorial on how to get the locomotive to work. I mean, honestly, I had a nightmare. Although, to be fair, in the early days I was trying to suss out how the AI kind of messed around with the train as you were trying to take over a service, which probably didn't help. Things seem pretty settled up here, so we can take a look, see what it's like in the cabin for the time being. Not that we can see much at the moment. Once we get out of the UK and we go across the channel though, I can assure you it is absolutely beautiful. There's no clouds about, it's just literally just land. So we should get some really good views. So we are climbing up to a cruising altitude of 37,000 feet. Probably be able to turn off the seatbelt signs probably a couple of minutes before we reach that, because we're expecting smooth skies. For some reason, whenever I fly over the Alps, it's really turbulent for some reason. It just sometimes it seems a little too turbulent. Well, there's a tiny bit of land down there, if that counts. Hey, Simu Dan 91, how do you get on using a Xbox controller as a flight stick? Because that looks really awkward. I took a brief look at your Sussex video.
Climb and maintain flight level 300, pound 759 1 heavy.
Does anybody know the operating speeds of the 747? Because I literally have no idea. I'm just kind of guessing it. Start off like 300 knots and then just see what we got to play with at 37,000 feet. Remind me when we get the next transmission to. It'll probably be to climb to 37,000, I reckon. But it'll basically be we're passing 300. So I think what we might do is just ease our climb in a little bit. Probably take off the seatbelt signs from there, which unfortunately don't actually work. You can't actually flip the switch. Right, well now seems to be a good time as any to go through what the next couple of days looks like. So, where are we at? That's a good question. So, obviously today we're doing What's a Flight Simulator 2020. Tomorrow we are going to be covering Total War 3 Kingdoms. They're going to be bringing out a new DLC, which we'll be trying out. Something about some sort of tribal thing. I don't know. I'm not Chinese. I haven't really brushed up on my Chinese history, but something back in the time period or something. I think if anything, probably a little bit abstract. I mean, I can't say I've ever read anything in history so far where you've got like tigers fighting elephants and Christ knows what. Then the following day, what I think I might do, bearing in mind it will be the 4th, and I was going to take the 4th off along with the 5th and the 6th. Basically, kind of restart after having a full month of basically almost every day streaming. I think what I'll do on the 4th is I'll cover a short stream, probably for the usual time from 12, just for a couple of hours, just to show the new War Thunder update, which has just dropped a couple of hours ago. And then from next week, be from Monday, and we'll go back to our normal schedule of Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday will be on the 7th, I believe, of September. As to what we're doing, I actually don't know. If anyone's got any suggestions, then by all means, shoot. But I've got no idea at the moment. I'll probably take a look to see where Escape from Tarkov is at. See if they've had any updates recently. Probably also worth seeing what the latest updates were to stuff like Squad, Insurgency Standstorm, all that kind of stuff. When is the latest Watch Dogs supposed to be coming out? Is that supposed to be like in a month's time or something? I think that's like in October. There is just so much going on at the moment, I tell you. I reckon what I'll have to do is I'll have to kind of have a look. Like, I'll have to have a look on the 4th or the 5th or something. And then just make a decision then and then just shove it on Twitter or something as to what we'll be doing.
Paris Center, Pounce2K Heavy is climbing through flight level 2905 for flight level 300. Pounce2K Heavy, Paris Center, continue to VMAX as planned. Pounce2K Heavy climb and maintain flight level 370. Climb and maintain flight level 370, Pounce2K Heavy.
Okay, they're still not looking too bad. So effectively we are going Mach 0.75 at the moment. I think we'll probably do a little bit of dial watching here actually. But no, around the 300 mark might actually not be a bad estimate. Oh, do excuse me. Don't ask what that was. Oh. Well, if you'd fallen asleep in the cabin, you're not now. Oh dear. I reckon this 300 is probably going to be right at the very end of the max, so we could push it, I reckon. In fact, actually, while we're up here, I was just thinking about it. Let's turn those on. Yeah, that should do it. Those are the wings, those are the engines. Yeah, okay, right, that's fine. I'm imagining the no heat probably includes pitot heating, or I hope it does. Well, I tell you, if we lose speed, if we lose a reading on that, then we will know that it's not the right one. But we should be able to know what the temperature is outside, actually. Oh, there we go, it's only minus 43 degrees. Right, I think we will turn off the seatbelt signs now, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I've just turned off the seatbelt signs. You may now move around the cabin freely. Although do be aware there may still be some unexpected pockets of turbulence around. You'll also notice that the cabin crew will be coming around shortly with drinks and snacks. On the flight deck, we'll be giving you an update of the weather in Alicante as we get closer to it. Otherwise, for the time being, do sit back, relax, enjoy the flight, and if you don't need to be up and about, then I'd recommend you remain seated with your seatbelt fastened for the rest of the entire flight. That's going to be it from us for now. We will see you in a bit. Do enjoy the flight. I think we're going to get away with 300. Maybe. This almost feels like a race now. 36,000. Only 1,000 to go. I think we're going to be just pushing that. But we might, yeah, we might actually be able to cruise at this. We are completely maxed out though. Just want to see it stabilise a little bit. If we run into any turbulence, I'm going to slow us down just by like probably like 5 knots or something, just to be safe. I mean, the only reason why we're cruising at this speed is because I know it's a calm day. Otherwise, I would usually give it a little bit more wriggle room. Right, I think it's safe to say we're fairly settled now. Do you know what, that view never ceases to amaze me.
Descend and maintain 10,000 DKL at 169 Airport.
Is that almost like a line I'm seeing going up there? Is that almost like world stitching there, or is that like a road or something? I don't know. You know, I am surprised at how fast we are progressing along this route, actually. I'll swap the view over to the other side when we get to around here, and hopefully we might see some mountains, but the view isn't as good on the other side. guys, check that out. Check out that river down there. I don't know how it, like, that must be pretty big. And it intersects, like, in fact, no, there's a third one that comes in as well.
Pound 759 heavy contact. Bordeaux Center on 130.9. 130.9, Pound 759, 1 heavy. Bordeaux Center, Pound 759, 1 heavy, flight level 370. Pound 759, 1 heavy, Bordeaux Center, continue to VMAX as planned.
Right, well, since we are mostly settled in the cruise, I think I'm going to take this opportunity to go grab a refill. So, I'll let you guys keep watch. If anything goes wrong, do shout out. Although saying that, you can scream as much as you like, I won't hear you. Still, it'd be funny though. Alright, I've returned. What did I miss? Probably not a lot. Although it does appear like it's trying to cloud over it a little bit, doesn't it?
125.3 for pound 759 1 heavy. Bordeaux Center, pound 759 1 heavy, flight level 370. Pound 759 1 heavy, Bordeaux Center, continue to move as planned. Generic flight 87, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, generic flight 87. Generic flight 87, contact Bordeaux Center on 124.2. One two four decimal two for generic flight 87.
That was quite a nice view, not gonna lie. Bit of a blurry spot there for some reason. Do you know, I bet intelligence agencies and our governments must have cringed when they heard this was coming out. Wait, what? A simulator of the world? Oh no, that's not good. That could be bad. Quick, do some covering up and put it underground. There's probably at least one agency or something out there that's pretty thinking, oh, this is a gold mine.
You are 47 miles northeast. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors visual runway niner approach. Ordo Center Royal Air Maroc 2854 is at flight level 380 descending 10,000 feet. Royal Air Maroc 2854 Ordo Center continue as planned. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors visual runway niner approach Air France 7490. Air France 7490 contact Ordo Center on 125.6. 125.6 Air France 7490. Royal Air Maroc 2854, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Now 7590 1 heavy contact Ordo Center on 125.6. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet Royal Air Maroc 2854. Going to 125.6 pounds 7590 1 heavy. Bordeaux Center, Pounce2K, 1 heavy flight level 370. Pounce2K, 1 heavy Bordeaux Center, continue as planned.
We're swapping over to the other side of the cabin in about a minute or two. Let's see if we can see anything. See what I mean? It's not the best view. You might get a tiny little glimmer. I tell you what, let's try the try from the cockpit instead. Little pouch for pens and things. Oh, now that's my switch. Turn them on, quick. These two switches there, ladies and gentlemen, are the most important switches you can find on any flight deck. The heaters.
Airframe 7490 Airport is at your 1 o'clock 17 run. Maintain present heading and altitude, report runway in sight. Maintain present heading and altitude, airframe 7490. Airframe 7490 Airport is at your 1 o'clock 16 run. Maintain present heading and altitude, report runway in sight. Pound 759 1 heavy contact Madrid Center on 118.275.
Seems to be experiencing a little bit of turbulence.
Going to 118.275, Pound 759 1 heavy. Madrid Center, Pound 759 1 heavy, flight level 370. Pound 759 1 heavy, Madrid Center, continue Jackson as planned.
Just gonna come back a little bit on the power. We're starting our descent soon. And let's get ourselves another weather update from Alicante, and we'll see where we're at. So we have got winds at 100 degrees at 10 knots. QNH 3000. I think we will start our descent once we get to Charlie Mike Alpha. And I imagine that Alicante is going to be pretty close to sea level, but we can double check that. We just load up our trusted flight radar 24. And we check out Echo Alpha Lima Airport. Should be able to get that information. Elevation is 142. That's good to know. I think we're going to be landing in nice conditions actually. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Just come about to give you a weather update for Alicante and also to let you know that we will be starting our approach and descent into Alicante very shortly. So if you've got any last minute things you've got to do before the seatbelt signs are switched on, then I suggest you do so now, as you probably have another 5 to 10 minutes of freedom remaining. As I do have some good news for you. The weather in Alicante is very nice for this time of year, with a lovely 28 degrees, with humidity levels at around 55% at this particular moment in time. The winds are coming in from the east, relatively light breeze, a little bit gusty. It's noticeable, but not too significant. The visibility is fantastic, and there are hardly any clouds about, so you're going to need your sun hats, your shades, and a lot of sun cream. It is possible there may be some thundery showers. There's a small risk of it later on as the afternoon develops. Apart from that, it is absolutely a lovely day to be in Spain at the moment. That's all I got for you for now. If anything drastically changes, we will let you know. Otherwise, that's going to be it from the flight crew up front for now. We're going to get a new cruising altitude sorted out. Let's say, what, about 20,000 in a moment. Check out that bit of red down there. That looks pretty cool.
Airlines 255 descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Airlines 255. Madrid Center, Pounce2K 1 Heavy. Request flight level 270. Pounce2K 1 Heavy descend and maintain flight level 270. Descend and maintain flight level 270, Pounce2K 1 Heavy.
Set that to 20,000. And we'll go with minus 1,000 for now.
Airlines 255, you are 19,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain
Take it a bit
Descend
easier.
and maintain 10,000 feet Emirates 255.
Yeah, they haven't got that autopilot quite working correctly, because you would not have this behaviour where it's just dropping out like it is. Whoa. Whoa, hang on, wait a minute, engine flame out, what the hell? What is going on? Um... Yeah, there's still fuel in the tank, so what's... Let's hope we can get this started before we lose power. We're trying the 2 outboards first.
Europa 406 by QR 40 miles northwest. Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Expect ILS Yankee runway 12 approach by Charlie Lima Sierra transition. Clear to Charlie Lima Sierra.
Some more power would be good.
Descend and maintain 6,000 feet. Expect ILS Yankee runway 12 approach by Charlie Lima Sierra transition. Clear to Charlie Lima Sierra Europa 406 by.
Engine 3 isn't too happy. Why is it not too happy?
Europa 6024, you are 19,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Europa 4065, contact Barcelona Center on 119.45. One one niner decimal 45 for Europa 4065. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet Europa 6024.
Turns out that's what happens when you don't set your tanks correctly.
Madrid Center, Pounce2K, Heavy. Request flight level 200. Pounce2K, Heavy descend and maintain flight level 270. Expect flight level 200. Descend and maintain flight level 270. Expect flight level 200. Pounce2K, Heavy.
We'll go 250. And then we can go minus 2,000 feet per minute. Get away with a little bit of speed brake too.
Europa 6024 descend and maintain 5,300 feet. Descend and maintain 5,300 feet. Europa 6024. Pounce2K, Heavy descend and maintain flight level 200. Descend and maintain flight level 200. Pounce2K, Heavy.
ATC is going to moan at us at some point. Got me Buster attitude.
Europa 6067, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Pounce 759 or 1 heavy descend and maintain 13,000 feet. Descend and maintain 13,000 feet. Pounce 759 or 1 heavy.
Maybe it might not moan at us after all.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Europa 6067.
Cool. Check out that canyon sort type thing. That's pretty nice. Cabin crew, you got 10 minutes to prepare the cabin landing.
Europa 6067, contact Barcelona Center on 119.45. 119.45, Europa 6067. Pounce 759 or 1 heavy, contact Barcelona Center on 119.45. 119.45, Pounce 759 or 1 heavy. Barcelona Center, Pounce 759 or 1 heavy is at flight level 185, descending 13,000 feet. Pounce 759 or 1 heavy, Barcelona Center, continue to Astro as planned.
Do we cancel the IFR or not? That is the question. I mean, the ATC don't seem to be doing too bad of a job at the moment, to be fair to them.
Falling 8254, you are 41 miles north. Descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Expect 4 DME Yankee runway 10 approach via Alpha Lima Tango transition. Cleared to Alpha Lima Tango. Generic 838, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Falling 8254, descend and maintain 4,400 feet. Falling 8254, descend and maintain 4,400 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, generic 838. Descend and maintain 4,400 feet. Expect 4 DME Yankee runway 10 approach via Alpha Lima Tango transition. Cleared to Alpha Lima Tango, Boeing 8254. 4 for Bowling Gate 254. Generic 838 contact Madrid Center on 118.275. Going to 118.275 generic 838. BV 1141 contact Valencia approach on 119.075. 119.075 WD 1141. Pounce 759 1 heavy descend and maintain 7,000 feet.
There's a 2,000 feet difference.
1141 is out of 14,500 feet for 4,000 feet.
That's twice. I've gone 2,000 below.
Barcelona Center, continue to Alpha Lima Tango as planned. Altimeter 29.097. Descend and maintain 7,000 feet. Pounce 759 1 heavy. Pounce 759 1 heavy, you are 35 miles northwest. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS Zulu runway 10 approach by Vilna transition. Cleared to Vilna. BV 1141.
Sounds about right.
Approach with 119.075. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS Zulu runway 10 approach by Vilna transition. Cleared to Vilna. Pounce 759 1 heavy. Pounce 759 1 heavy contact Valencia approach on 120.4. 120.4 for Pounce 759 1 heavy. 1. Valencia approach Pounce 759 1 heavy is out of 11,000 feet for 7,000 feet. Pounce 759 1 heavy Valencia approach continue to build in as planned. Altimeter 29.097.
Alright, let's get one final weather update as we turn our landing lights on. There's another aircraft in front of us. Keep an eye on that. Okay, this all looks good. Altimeter is set. Does appear as if that bit of dodgy weather is starting to slowly creep up towards Alicante. We should just about be able to get on the ground. Probably, I'd say within about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes before that weather starts to come in. So I'd say it's pretty good timing.
Pound 759 or 1 heavy descend and maintain 5,900 feet. Descend and maintain 5,900 feet. Pound 759 or 1 heavy. Falling 8254 descend and maintain 3,600 feet. Keep speed below 185 knots. Descend and maintain 3,600 feet. Keep speed below 185 knots. Falling 8254. Falling 8254, you are 14 miles northwest of Alcandy. Contact Alcandy Tower on 118.155 when inbound. Tower on 118.155, falling 8254.
Okay, first stage flap.
$2,500.
We're gonna hold at 4,000, I think.
Pound 759 or 1 heavy descend and maintain 4,200 feet. Pound 759 or 1 heavy, did you hear my last transmission?
Yes, just about.
Descend and maintain 4,200 feet. Pound 759 or 1 heavy.
It's fine. We'll just maintain the 4,000. We'll just insert the flight slope as and when. Right, we're now gonna go approach mode. Go localizer mode. From this point, actually. Let's bring this down nice and slow. Gonna remain in the cockpit from this point onwards. We've got a visual on the field.
Pound 759 or 1 heavy descend and maintain 3,300 feet.
Yeah, we're already established, so yep, okay, whatever.
Descend and maintain 3,300 feet. Pound 759 or 1 heavy.
Flaps set to 10 degrees. Bring it down to 185. Alright, okay, we'll do this manually then.
Pound 759, you're 1 heavy, you are 11 miles west of Alicante. Contact Alicante Tower on 118.155 when inbound. Tower on 118.155, Pound 759, you're 1 heavy. Alicante Tower, Pound 759, 1 heavy 90 miles west inbound ILS Zulu runway 10 approach. Pound 759, 1 heavy Alicante Tower. Cleared ILS Zulu runway 10 approach. Altimeter 29.9, 7 wind 112 at 10.
Okay, we got a good
Cleared
visual now.
ILS Zulu runway 10 approach, Pound 759, 1 heavy.
Okay, now I'm gonna go gear down.
Pound 759, 1 heavy cleared to land runway 10. Follow the generic on final. Wind 113 at 10.
Little bit of lag.
Cleared to land runway 10, Pound 759, 1 heavy.
It's a very nice day. Got a bit of a bounce. Yeah. Hang on, our landing gear isn't quite functioning now. We've got a problem.
Pound 759, 1 heavy exit runways.
What happened there then? Can we go back? Can we have a replay of what happened there? Something went astray there. Don't know what it was, but something did. Alright, well that's that one then. Is that out of the way? Next on the agenda. That is a very good question. Where to fly to next? Hmm. What about the whole Stockholm idea that I had before? What airport? Where haven't we flown from in the UK? I think Liverpool's one. I think. Yeah. Right. Let's go. Let's go Liverpool then. Right. Let's go Liverpool to Stockholm, basically. We're gonna go with the 320. I think we will go with Scandinavian actually, since they kind of operate around there, don't they? There we are. Let's do that. Let's not be a heavy because we're not a heavy, and let's go like I don't know, 4291. Right, fantastic. We're gonna go with gate 32, and we are gonna arrive into say gate 25, wherever that is. We'll suss it out along the way. Here we go into high altitude airways. Oh, it's already picked out departure source. That is very nice of it. That saves me a bit of time, but we're going to double check it anyway because you can never be too careful. Oh, in fact, it's actually light rain in Liverpool at the moment. Oh, that's nice. That's depressing. Yep, quite depressing indeed, actually. But the winds are at 170 degrees, so they're going to want us to use, because it's still got it as 188, they're going to want us to use 27, which is fine. We can work with that, not a problem. I would like a longer departure though. There we are, spare. And then let's have a look what we got going on around here. Right, so winds are at 70 degrees, 11 knots. So we can kind of pick and choose. How long is that runway? That is an 8,000 foot runway. And how long is this runway? That is also 8,000 foot, really? No, that's 01 left, so that's 10,000 foot. Has it got ILS? I mean, we could use that one. I don't see why not. It makes the most sense. I mean, yeah, I suppose. Right, what other arrivals can we get? No, that I don't like. No, I don't like that one. Nope. Again, don't like that. No, we've already done that one. Hang on. Right, I think we're going to have to use... this one. Right, now, does 08 have a... Yes, it does have. It does have a localizer, that's good. I'm still thinking that it would make more sense to probably use 01 left. Oh, that is a nice approach. I like that. That's nice. I can't fault that. I just worry that's going to be a bit too short. I mean, it looks nice. That one seems alright. Oh, that one's perfect. Yeah, I want that one. We'll take that one. We will take it up to... Let's go 32,000 today. I think that'll do us quite nicely, actually. Oh, that looks nasty. Oh, check that out. Nice. Alright, okay, right, let's start off by turning on the batteries. Once the switches are on, let's connect some ground power.
Liverpool ground, Pounce2K, could you please send a ground power unit? Pounce2K, one ground power unit is on the road.
Fantastic, that's connected. Let's turn on our fuel pumps. Good to go. And we're going to shove the APU master on in preparation for switching on to APU power. Altitude is going to be 32,000 feet. Lock that in. Speed 225 knots. Locked. You know what? I don't think we're going to need that, actually, for the moment. Alright, let's get some other services looking around. Let's get our fuel load included.
Liverpool ground, Pounce2K, could you please send a fuel truck? Pounce2K, a fuel truck is on the road.
Let's get some catering services.
Liverpool ground, Pounce2K, could you please send the catering truck? Pounce2K, the catering truck is on the road. Liverpool ground, Pounce2K, could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft? Pounce2K, the jetway is going to be connected.
I wouldn't say that's quite where the doors are, but oh well. Leap of faith. Whee!
Liverpool ground, Pounce2K, could you please send the baggage? Pounce2K, baggage is on the way.
You know what, we might as well just get rid of that jetway, to be honest with you. It's doing nothing for us.
Liverpool ground, Pounce2K, could you please disconnect the jetway from the aircraft?
I did spot our fuel truck kind of just arriving, so that'd be good. We gotta get our payload and our fuel load all sorted. Yeah, reduce the business class. Economy 16,000. That looks good to me. Right, we're gonna get our APU started. We have to generate power from that shortly and then disconnect our external power. There we are, we've come off the power now. And I think I already saw our external power. Yep, disconnect yourself. Cool, that's good to see. Our wipers work. That's slow, by the way, can you believe that? There's a little difference, not much. Right, let's get the latest weather information. Tune in the ATIS service.
Liverpool Airport information whiskey 14002. Wind 20 tree at 24. Visibility tree in heavy rain. Sky condition few clouds at 1,100 feet. Few clouds at 4,100 feet. Few clouds at 12,100 feet. Temperature 1 tree. Dew point 10. Altimeter 29 decimal 97. ILS runway 27 in use. Landing and departing runway 27. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instruction. Advise controller on initial contact you have whiskey. Liverpool ground Pounce2K 1 IFR to Orlando ready to copy. Pounce2K 1 is cleared to Orlando Airport as well. Take off runway 27 climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118.775 squawk flight 632. Pounce2K 1 cleared to Orlando Airport as filed. Take off runway 27 climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure on 118.775 squawk flight 632. Pounce2K 1 readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.955 when ready to taxi.
We'll turn our beacons on in preparation for pushback. Let's just have a quick little look. How much room do we actually have to push back? Plenty by the looks of it. I would try the snazzy pushback option, but I don't want to like back into those buildings, so let's not do that. Right, let's head back into the cockpit, sort our wing view out while we're here as well. Alright, I think that just about covers everything, so we are going to take our parking brake off and start our pushback once we've turned on the APU bleed. Hear that kicking in right now. Set parking brake. Pushback tug is well and truly out of our way, which is good to see, and the second engine is just coming up to idle power now. Everything seems to be working correctly, which is what I like to see. Yep, operating as normal. And we're now going to get our taxi clearance.
Liverpool ground, Pounce2K with whiskey ready to taxi Idlebar. Pounce2K taxi to and hold short of runway 27 using taxiway Alpha. Contact tower on 126.355 when ready.
Taxi lights set.
Taxi to and hold short runway 27 using taxiway Alpha, Pounce2K.
Engine 1 is now generating power. Give it another few seconds, we'll do the same with engine number 2. Like so. And now disable the APU bleed. And we're also going to disable the generator. We will turn off the APU just before takeoff. Otherwise, that's it. We're good to get going. Just take parking brake off. And we're going to be taking a left out of here. Take a left, follow it all the way down. We should be in the right ballpark, somewhere around there. In theory. Talk about grotty weather coming out of Liverpool at the moment.
Pounce2K, hold position, caution other traffic.
Why, what are we waiting for?
Hold position, Pounce2K.
Seriously, what are we waiting for? I think they've got us waiting for a ground vehicle again, which is never going to move. So, yeah, this is where I ignore that instruction. And we are just going to continue on as planned. And then Tao will be happy with me when I get out of its way, whatever it may be. And then it will just tell me to continue anyway. Flight Sim, ATC logic. Always the same. So I just want to make a better one at some point. I'm certain of it. possible we may get a little bit of turbulence coming out of here. I reckon that would be probably a safe bet, actually.
Pounce2K, continue taxi. Roger, Pounce2K.
Yeah, like I said, completely pointless. Parking brake is set. Let's get in contact with the tower and turn off our taxi lights.
Liverpool Tower, Pounce2K at runway 27 ready for takeoff IFR to Orlando. Pounce2K, cleared for takeoff runway 27. Cleared for takeoff runway 27, Pounce2K.
We're going to turn our strobes on, takeoff lights set. Looks good. Stage 2 selected. Gonna turn off, lights off. We are now good to go. Takeoff thrust is set. V1, rotate. V2.
Pounce2K, contact Manchester Center on 118.775.
Positive rate gear up.
118.775 for Pounce2K. Manchester Center, Pounce2K is climbing through 2,200 feet for 8,000 feet. Pounce2K, Manchester Center, continue as planned. Altimeter 29.96.
Well, can't exactly see much.
Pounce2K, you're 1 climb and maintain flight level 200. Climb and maintain flight level 200, Pounce2K, you're 1.
We will swap over to autopilot momentarily. Alright, we're going to swap over to the autopilot now. We're going to turn off our takeoff lights.
For your tree 8 miles south. Descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Keep speed below 185 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 approach by Lima Papa Lima transition. Cleared to Lima Papa Lima.
We're going to keep speed as it is until we can get up to cruise.
Descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Keep speed below 185 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 approach by Lima Papa Lima transition. Cleared to Lima Papa Lima EZ 7024.
We'll zoom that in a little bit more. Speaking of which, doesn't it look absolutely horrible? This is all the way up at like 14,000 feet as well. That's pretty thick. And we're going to turn on the pitot heats. We're just going to keep an eye on the wing as well, because they seem to be icing over just a little bit. Looks like everything's fine. So I wouldn't expect to be using icing in this sort of weather.
Pounce2K, your one climb and maintain flight level 270. Climb and maintain flight level 270, Pounce2K, your one. Easy 70.
We broke free.
Approach on 119.855.
I use a little bit of wing de-icing, probably on approach to Sweden. Because again, we're not really having too many problems there.
Ryanair Niger 506, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Ryanair Niger 506.
It's like we're trying to break out of it, we just haven't quite got there yet. we still don't get nothing at like 30,000 feet of trying to break loose of these clouds, then might just use a little bit of wing de-icing.
Ryanair Niner 506 descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Pounce2K 1 climb and maintain flight level 320. Climb and maintain flight level 320, Pounce2K 1. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet, Ryanair Niner 506. Channel 507 descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Channel 507.
I think we're very close. We are very close.
Channel 507, you are 16,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Although the temperature outside the
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
outside the
Channel
cabin will be so below freezing by now. It's probably not going to thaw out by itself. It's like we get a glimmer of the blue sky, and then it's like, nope, gone.
Airlines 1486, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, Air France 1486.
I think we've done it. Just. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I think we're literally just about going to be above it. Just. We got to increase our speed in a sec. think we'll go for like 310 or about 305. Yeah, we'll go 305. That should be all set. Lovely jubbly. Right, let's have a little look. What is the temperature outside? Minus 38 degrees. Pretty cold, to say the least. See, bearing in mind that we usually have quite a large reserve fuel-wise, we could use anti-icing just to make it a little bit more fuel efficient. But to be honest with you, I can't be asked. I think it might be a better way of burning fuel, actually. I do believe that was the latest QNH we got, wasn't it? I don't know, I don't remember. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking. I've just turned off the seatbelt signs, so do feel free to move around the cabin at your leisure. I would take care of moving around, as there may be some unexpected pockets of turbulence still sitting about. We have just reached our cruising altitude of 32,000 feet. And we've probably got just a little over an hour or so worth of flying time remaining. Weather in Stockholm at the moment is, I'd say, fairly stable. Temperatures are fairly standard for time of year, with the current temperature being 16 degrees, with humidity level of 68%. We've got some light breezes coming in from the east-northeast direction. Visibility is good. There's a few clouds lying about. Certainly a lot better from the mess we just left, from, put it that way. You'll notice the cabin crew will be passing through the cabin shortly with drinks and snacks. And if you don't need to be moving around, I would recommend you remain seated with your seatbelt fastened for the rest of the entire flight. I'll give you a weather update as we get closer to Stockholm. Otherwise, in the meantime, do sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Yeah, it looks good enough to me. Right, that is going to be my cue to take a quick restroom break. I will be back in like 1 or 2 minutes. I won't be long, put it that way. If anything wrong happens, do keep an eye out for me and give me a shout. Scream, in fact. Although I won't be able to hear you, so it could be very amusing, but I still won't hear you.
Pounce2K.
Right, I have returned. Yeah, they're shoving us over to the Scots.
Scottish Centre, Pounce429er, 1 flight level 320. Pounce429er, 1 Scottish Centre, continue as planned.
Come to minus 39 degrees outside. Oh dear, that's not good. Let me double check. Yeah, it seems to be transmitting fine. Are you watching on a mobile device? Because if so, chances are your device will not have the available computing capacity nor the bandwidth to view this stream. Yeah, that'll be the reason. Trust me, I have tried every single mobile device under the sun. It refuses to. It basically refuses to render the stream. I don't know why that is, but it just is. I mean, it's basically it's down coded in back down to 1080p, even though it is taken from a widescreen 1440p resolution. But I don't know what it is. I mean, as far as internet requirements is concerned, you need to be able to transmit up to a maximum of about 10 megabytes per second. So again, if you're using something like 4G or something, that's not going to cut it. We're going to swap over to the other side because I'm getting that window shader weird thing that it does.
KLM 1449er, descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Oh, and it turns out it's doing it. It's doing it this side as well.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, KLM 1449er.
We should really be using some de-icing, but it's helping my fuel burn rate, so...
KLM 1449er, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, KLM 1449er.
Joel, thinking about it, let's get a weather update from Stockholm. Right, so we have temperature 15 degrees, dew point 10, humidity is 72%, altimeter 3015, winds at 90 degrees at 11 knots, visibility over 10 kilometers, ceiling is 3,700, clouds scattered at 2,900, broken at 3,700. Got some really interesting conditions coming in later on in the evening, which is a shame we're not flying later, because from around midnight, moving into the late morning tomorrow, they are going to be unfortunately facing visibility of around 3 kilometers with ceiling at 800 feet, broken clouds at 800, moderate rain and mist. Remind me to turn the de-icing on at least a couple of minutes before we start our descent, because this is going to be well and truly frozen over by the time we try to get it shifted. I mean, worst comes to the worst, we can't get it shifted, and then I'll just have to fly manually because the autopilot will just not be able to compensate adequately enough. After all, safety first. Always safety first. Why do I get the feeling we're going to get a radio change? I don't believe it, I got this side playing up today. Oh, Jesus. So I think I'll give this a refresh actually. I think we're going to notice a light crosswind, nothing too significant. I mean, it's only 12 knots. We'll definitely have a radio change the next couple of minutes. Kind of get close towards Copenhagen and the Denmark coast.
Pounce2K, one contact Copenhagen Center on 119.43. Going to 119.43 Pounce2K 1. Copenhagen Center, Pounce2K 1 flight level 320. Pounce2K 1 Copenhagen Center, continue to Scenic as planned.
I'm going to put my money on the fact that the outside air temperature is probably going to be like, what, minus 40 by now? Oh, we've got all the way to minus 41. Let's do some basic calculations here. So we're currently looking at a fuel burn of around about 5,040 kilograms per hour, which works out just about fine. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start our descent from Lura. I would probably recommend we turn on our wing anti-icing from probably, I don't know, around this sort of area here, I would say. We might start descending a little sooner. I don't know, but suss it out. No, while I sneeze. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Don't ask me what that was, I don't know. I have no idea. I reckon when I sneeze I must pop a bollock or something. It's like I hit notes I shouldn't be able to hit. Right, anyway, yeah, what was I saying? Somewhere along this stretch here, we will shove on some anti-icing. Haven't made up my mind yet. We got a little bit of turbulence around here. I've got the weather radar up at Stockholm Arlanda Airport, and tell you what, the clouds are starting to move in a bit. We're not expecting to see any rain or anything like that though, so no precipitation, and the visibility should be relatively okay. There seems to be quite a good chunk of the surrounding area is quite cloudy actually. What I'm seeing there is basically almost like the whole of this area is caked in pockets of clouds according to live available data. We're seeing him, I don't know. We'll find out. Let's play around with a few little bits we can actually play around with this FMC. Not that it's much. Very well, my good man. We're just about to be flying over Denmark. We're making our way nicely over to Stockholm in Sweden. We've got quite a bit of ice currently sticking to not just the wings but also around the engines as well. But we haven't done anything about that deliberately because it's increasing our fuel burn a little bit, and the autopilot seems to be handling it okay. So I've kind of just left it to its own device for the time being. Pretty much, yeah, just basically staring at numbers. Oh wow, the winds have changed. These winds are all over the shop, I have to say. We now got winds from the northeast at 50 degrees at 8 knots. But yeah, as you can see, oh yeah, no, I've got all that all switched on, yeah. But it's only a little bit of ice. It's not actually causing any damage at all because the icing, it's not actually in the engines or anything. It's just hate the fuselage in it, really. So, for example, it's just kind of piled up a little bit on the along the wing structure there, and also around by the engines. I mean, the only way that this ice can be damaging was if we were injecting heavy ice into the engines. I mean, we were only taking off from Liverpool, so yeah. But basically, because it was heavy rain, what's basically happened is it's kind of landed on the plane as rain, but it's frozen as it's stuck onto the fuselage. It's not actually been ingested by anything like it would be if it was somewhere cold. That is a very good question, actually. I've been looking to try and get this view for ages, and it was thanks to one of my viewers who told me. So basically what you do is, say you're in the cockpit here, all you've got to do is head on over to this top panel up here, and you've got this little camera section. You click into that, and then you come over to this showcase bit here. Click on showcase, and then there'll be a fixed camera option. When you then click that down, all of these externals are various different cameras. So you've got a couple of inside views, the rest of them are outside views, and they're different on different planes. So you'll get different wing views on different planes, like the 747 wing view angle to the 320 wing views. You get tons of outside air views as well. The only thing I wish was if you could assign it to a button, and I think there might be a way of doing it, but I haven't actually looked into it yet. Because that would be a lot easier just to, just press a button, go straight into this view, than having to do this whole palaver of going up here and then changing it that way. But like I said, I haven't quite got that far yet. So below us we can now see what is now Denmark. You can probably see it on the map. I'm going to shove on our anti-icing equipment just a couple of minutes before we start descending, because ultimately I want the autopilot to do it, but if necessary we'll just take manual control if we can't get this ice shaken. Because not going to lie, we basically had this ice from like a couple of minutes after takeoff, so This ice by now is probably well and truly frozen solid. I mean, I think it's like minus 41 degrees outside. No, I made that minus 42 now, actually. So I'm hoping a couple of minutes beforehand of trying to warm up those rings might be enough, but I'm not too sure. Either way, safety is number one priority, and it's just the difference between flying manually or using the autopilot. So, as far as the current conditions, there isn't actually a physical need to require de-icing. The aircraft is handling like it should. It's burning off a bit more fuel, but I do always tend to take extra anyway. I mean, you're supposed to have reserves for about an additional 45 minutes to an hour of flying, and I haven't quite done the calculations on the 320 Neo in the sim yet, so I always end up taking more than that. So this ice is doing me a favour, actually. It's bringing down our fuel load a bit, so happy days. John, I'm going to shove that GPS tracking back on, actually. If we take a look at the other side, you'll be able to see the land rather than just the sea, because that's a bit boring. I would imagine there's probably quite a few passengers on this flight thinking, oh Jesus, it's all iced up out there. Definitely have to keep an eye on these conditions at Stockholm though, because they are changing quite a bit. In fact, let me just double check it again now, actually. Right, so currently we have a temperature which has gone down to 15 degrees, dew point is 11, humidity 77%, QNH is 3015, winds at 50 degrees at 8 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more. Ceiling is 33,000 feet, broken clouds at 33,000, overcast cloud deck at 4,200. Yeah, you got to get it pretty cold. I've only seen it once, and that was on quite a long way into a flight, all the way up round by Tromsø, which is it's in Norway, and it's like all of the way. Well, that's a bit of violent turbulence right there. It's all the way like around this area up here. I think it's like around there actually. We did get a little bit of build up of icing. And I mean, we knew it was going to be the case because we got to Oslo for first about any problems or anything like that, and then we were absolutely hosed down and caked in anti-icing fluids. We had the whole plane like surrounded, and all these like 2 or 3 different de-icers, and they're there with their de-icing guns. They're basically spraying it all over the wings. We had obviously all of the onboard de-icing equipment was on, and yeah, probably within the last hour or so of the flight, we started to get a little bit of icing start to show up, mostly on the leading edges of the wings. So, for example, just a little bit around by the tips, all the way out here. Mostly in the areas where the anti-icing doesn't really touch. So, yeah, around these sorts of areas around there. It was a good flight. It was on a lovely Boeing, by the way. 737 600. Not one of these fandangled Airbuses. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't hate Airbus, but it's not Boeing. Although saying that, Boeing are not doing too well for themselves at the moment. They are really struggling. But I wouldn't be surprised unless they can kind of recoup themselves and claw back a bit of the market with their next generation 777. I'm not sure whether we'll be seeing a Boeing in the future, to be honest. Because I mean, 747 market, that's gone. The 737's gone down the pan. The 320s, 319s, 321s, they're selling like hotcakes. The A350s, they're selling really well. The initial Dreamliners, they had their lithium-ion battery problems. So yeah, it's not looking too good for them at the moment. Yeah, most airlines are. They're definitely going for Airbus. Whether that's because of location and perhaps with the training and that, it's more widely supported. I don't know. But then you never know. You might find, and this is a big if anything, you might see a lot of new budget airlines then starting to run with Boeing if they did like an undervalued pricing strategy, almost like a discount. But then I don't think that'll be happening because there's not really any new airlines starting up. You just see everyone going bust these days. And that was even before the whole world shut down from COVID, so I mean, if the airlines weren't struggling before, they certainly are now. I mean, the only thing I will say, and I mean, looking at these wings and actually seeing how quickly this icing forms, I'm not convinced that you can have icing form that quickly. I mean, not being funny, but from the very first few specks of icing I saw on these wings to them being fully caked in it like this was no more than a period of 20 seconds. So, I don't know. I got a few question marks with that one. It's a bit like round by when you fly over mountains or something. The turbulence just seems a little bit too rough. You expect some, but not to that degree. Yeah, it really is, yep. I mean, the winners at the end of the day are the airports. Because, the airports charge tons for their slots. And then they're always putting their fees and their taxes up. So what do the airline do? They have to put their prices up. And then who has to pay for their prices? Public. So yeah, it's a difficult balance, really. I mean, I'm just waiting for the day the local airline Blue Islands goes bust, because they'll go bust. I mean, if Flybe weren't able to basically recuperate themselves, then there is no way Blue Islands will. I don't know. I mean, considering of how complex they've added, all the physics models, the computer systems. Yeah, they've left quite a bit of it out, but it's been possible in previous simulators, so it'd be possible in this one. The way they've been able to, from a technical point of view, put all of the live weather into it and working harmoniously, the fact we've got different weather occurrences and effects over different levels of terrain, so you're going to get buffeting around by mountains and that, compared to just flat land. So I don't know, I don't see why it wouldn't have been too difficult to have implemented some sort of icing model.
Pounce2K, one contact Malmo Center on 118.0.
I mean, even if you did something more basic, like, you know, wing equal in the ice range, because it's been, you know, traveling through precipitation or something, the temperature outside is X degrees, and then have a timer of how long it's exposed to that sort of conditions, correlated to what would be expected, and be like, right, after set time period, add a certain percentage of icing to wings. And then basically have like a gradual display module of what that would look like physically on the wings and the effects on the wings. And let's shove this GPS tracking back on. Speaking of wings and icing and de-icing, I'm going to be switching on the de-icing soon, and we'll be starting our descent in about 10 minutes time. Maybe even a little less. I'm going to try and suss out the distances around here, which luckily for us we can do from the cockpit. Yeah, you see, I want to try an engine fire, but here's the catch, right? You can set yourself an engine fire. Oh, you've got an engine fire? Engine 1? Oh, okay, right, let's put, oh, wait, I can't push it, it don't work. I mean, for a default plane, if you're going to add a feature of engine fires to your simulator, then you've got to have the fire safety systems on board said default plane. You can't then just rely on the third parties to come in with airplanes to shove those systems in. I just thought that was a bit of a cutting of a corner, really. I mean, I can understand some of the other systems, like, you know, the ram air turbines not having that working and some of those safety systems, then sure, I get it, I get that. Because there isn't an extensive list of failures you can put on the sim, but engine fires, you can have an engine fire, but you can't put it out. I mean, unless there's one of the prop planes where you can put it out, I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked, but you can't do it on the 787. I'm pretty sure you can't do it on the 747. Can't do it on the 320. So, yeah. I was a bit amused when I saw that, to be honest. But then I'm sure we'll probably get some good stuff once people like PMDG, they come out with their stuff, then that'll be fine, because they will have had their own like in-game menu before, where you can set literally any failure under the sun, and you got like whole user manuals, every single wrong button. Every single switch works, every single system works. I suppose, yeah, as far as the sim goes, it does, yeah. But then in reality, if you got an engine which is on fire, ultimately what's going to happen? The wing structure is going to break down, the engine's obviously going to fail, fuel lines are still going, the fire can spread. At some point, you will lose control surfaces. At some point, you will. You have the potential of losing, like, say, the left wing entirely. So, you know, the differences between an engine fire and a simple engine flame out is significant, to say the least. If it's not if it's not handled properly. But yeah, I that was kind of why when I was setting up a failure on one of the previous streams, I thought, right, I'm going to do a failure. I saw the engine fire, and I thought, oh, that would be interesting. But I had a look the flight before, and it turned around and it said, oh, switch inoperable. So I thought, oh, right, okay, let's not do an engine fire, then otherwise it won't go well. Let's do a simple engine flameout. Sure enough, I had everything go wrong on that flight. I think I shoved it on YouTube actually because I was on a 787 Dreamliner, and me, in my infinite wisdom, completely forgot to turn the generators for the engines on. So I was obviously working off the battery because I was never able to get the APU started on the Dreamliner. I can get it to work on the 747, I can get it to work on the 320, but I can't get it to start to save my life on the Dreamliner at all. So I couldn't get that started. So I was using battery power, and obviously I forgot to turn the generators on when I started up all the engines and everything. So, good old me, I had a random failure set, which I knew was going to be a left engine flameout at some point during the flight, in a nice wing view, nice and comfortable, as I was, and then all of a sudden, yes, me too. I would love to have the seatbelt sign working. I mean, who does a flight simulator and not have the seatbelt signs working? I've got a fix though, it's fine. I've got a makeshift little fix though. Pretty cool, eh? I mean, you know, it's a stopgap anyway. But yeah, no, so I was sitting comfortably, right, and all of a sudden I had the engine flame out. I thought, right, okay, fine, back into the cockpit, starting to put it into a slight bank, getting it all set up, disabling the autopilot, all of the rigmarole, and I thought, right, I'll do this turn, I'll then get on to the ATC, then I'll change all the score codes and then all that kind of jazz, and I'll make my way back. And all of a sudden, everything went blank. Everything just died on me. It was the most spontaneous failure I'd ever had, because obviously the batteries were completely depleted. So the engines were shutting down, both of them were spooling down. It was all like basically the systems were going off in the cockpit. I then tried again with the APU switch, didn't work. I then thought, right, I'll quickly try, see if we can start it up, the right engine, before we lose the generation of the emergency power on it, before they completely stopped spooling down. As it was, completely died. There was nothing left in the battery, and then everything just completely ended up dead. So I thought, right, okay, it's fine, because the airport was right in front of me by this point that we'd taken off from it. We'd gotten so high, and this 787 was gliding so like beautifully. I thought, do you know what? We're going to make this. So made our way back, and then I thought to myself as we were getting close, I thought, hang on a minute, I've got no hydraulics. I've got nothing. In fact, I'm barely able to use the controls as it is. Can I actually manually pump out the gear like I could in previous simulators? So I then went to try it. The switch, inoperable, didn't work. So I thought, oh, Jesus Christ. So I thought, right, hang on. The default command for that is Control G on the other flight sims. So I thought, right, I'll try that. Maybe it's that. Nah. You can't manually pump out the gear either. So I had nothing. I had absolutely nothing. I couldn't use the ram air turbine because that was inoperable. They hadn't put that in. They hadn't put in the manual pumping out the gear, so I couldn't deploy that. I couldn't get the APU started to save my life. By this point I had no power, so I couldn't have done it anyway. So I literally had nothing to work. So by this point in time, it was like, great. So now I'm just going to have to do a belly landing, and it just all went downhill from there. I tell you. For one, I was then like too high because I was then too conservative. It was like I didn't want to then lose too much altitude, so I came in well fast, and then probably ended up touching down like way too fast, like halfway down the runway. Honestly, it's well worth a watch. It was like everything went wrong and it just went downhill from there. We ended up crashing, put it that way. Whoa, that's some heavy turbulence. Did you see that? I think we're going to turn the seatbelt signs back on, actually, in light of that. Cabin crew, take your seats. I'll let them do the additional announcement. Can't be asked. Right, we're probably going to turn our anti-icing equipment on now. Yeah, 160 miles out. Let's get that switched on. I'm not too worried about the engines because they're doing fine. We'll give that a couple of minutes to run and then we will start our descent. Whether it will break up the ice or not, I don't know. Because I mean, we have left it for a very long time. But then the icing model isn't really, again, it's not really much of a model. In fact, I think I can see it thawing already just like that. Oh, Jesus. Do you know what? If anti-icing worked that quickly in real life, my god, I would be a billionaire. Alright, well, we'll start our descent now then. It's not going to be a problem.
Malmo Center, Pounce2K. Request flight level 220.
We'll try 20,000 first.
Pounce2K, descend and maintain flight level 230. Expect flight level 220. Descend and maintain flight level 230. Expect flight level 220. Pounce2K. Malmo Center, Pounce2K. Request flight level 200. Pounce2K, descend and maintain flight level 230. Expect flight level 200. Descend and maintain flight level 230. Expect flight level 200. Pounce2K.
Right, so our engine should still be completely caked in it. Yeah, which it is. Which again, we're not worried about that. That's going to just thaw itself out as we descend to a lower altitude. See, that is the good thing with Airbus. You can get away with it because you hardly ever have to use such high throttle outputs at all. I mean, this thing runs on about 60 to 70% power most of the time. We're going to keep our speed at 300 for now. We're completely on. We're on time. We're on schedule. It's doing fine. I mean, I usually tend to slow the speed down to 250 knots by now, but I think we got enough. We got enough room to play around a bit. Oh yeah, fair enough. Everything is then 1000% correct then, there we go. I can't possibly do anything wrong. It looks good. Fantastic. Lovely. That's a great assessment. Once we get some of the third-party planes that have every single system working on board, then that's when the real test comes. Because I mean, right now you can just load a flight plan in, the flight management computer's done, you press a few buttons and it does it all for you. So when you've actually got the entire thing working as it should be, which we should get once the third-party stuff comes out, then we'll see if I know anything or not. I mean, my experience goes as far as a tiny little Piper PA-28, nothing bigger than that. Not unless you count like a couple of hours on a 777 simulator, then yeah, no, not really. But currently we have got our wing anti-ice on. The pitot heat has been on the entire time because that was bound to get clogged up. And that's no good if that gets clogged up, because then you don't get any speed output. Because the speed is basically measured by the throughput of air from effectively like a little nozzle based around near the front of the cockpit. So if that gets blocked, then no wind can go actually through it. If you can't get any wind through it, then it doesn't then calculate the speed. And then if you've got the autopilot on, then it thinks you're not moving. I think the thing that gets me is the changes in the temperature. I mean, we were at minus, what, like 42 degrees at 32,000 feet. And we know it's 15 degrees on the ground at Stockholm. And it's like minus 28 degrees outside already. I mean, the difference is... Oh, you know, it blows me away every time. Right, we're going to start to slow it down now. We need to be below 250 knots for under 10,000 feet. I think we will keep it at 20,000 and we'll wait for further instruction from ATC. They managed to get it right last time, navigating us in. Let's see if they can do that again.
Pounce 429 1 descent and maintain flight level 200.
Okay, fantastic.
Descend and maintain flight level 200, Pounce 429 1.
Reduce that and help lead our speed off a bit more.
KLM 1116, you are 20,000 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, KLM 1116.
It's a shame you can't zoom in on this little bit here. Because it appears as though they have, I don't know, I can't quite tell, but it seems like, I don't know, John, let me go outside. Oh, I want the one I can zoom in on, hang on. This is where the camera views go a bit strange. Right, this one. Yeah. So they have modelled the icing somewhat correctly, because what is happening now is you can barely see it. Like you gotta have a keen eye to try and see what it's doing. But basically, what it's done is that just on the edge here, the icing has broken away because the wing anti-ice only heats up the very front of the wing here. So the rest of it will gradually warm up. Well, some of this bit will gradually warm up from the anti-icing techniques used. The rest of it will just basically dissipate as and when it gets hot enough through just ambient temperature. Yeah, I kind of just see how the ATC does. If they don't tend to do a lot, I can just cancel the IFR and then just do it under VFR. As long as the runway's clear, it doesn't really matter. The ATC in Flight Sim has always been just bad. That's why there's always somebody, like third party, who comes along and says, "Hey, we've developed something that actually works. Come buy it for an add-on," and then all of us say, "Yes, yes, please." And I think we are going to do just that. Because we should be getting new altitude instructions about now to set us up for our approach, but that's not happening, so... Right, we're going to add a little bit of speed brake just to aid us along. Because I kind of gave the autopilot a little bit of wriggle room, to be honest.
Pounce2K, you are 1,100 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 200.
Right, if we just ignore him, he'll go away, he'll cancel our IFR, and then over to VFR. And you're not, this is the first time I've been able to actually see a little bit of speed brake working in action.
Pounce2K, did you hear my last transmission?
So I wonder what the engine's looking like now.
Pounce2K, please acknowledge.
Yeah, it's starting to thaw out a little bit now. I'm just letting that thaw out completely on its own, the engines.
Pounce2K, did you hear my last transmission?
So let's get another
Pounce2K,
update from...
flight plan is canceled, radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Maintain VFR. Frequency change approved.
Yeah, no, I know, right? Anyway, we got rid of them. Right, so this is what we've got going on in Stockholm at the moment. So let's give a quick update to everybody on board. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Just here to give you a quick weather update. If Arlanda in Stockholm, temperature's gone up to 16 degrees. It is good to hear. The humidity is 72%. The winds are currently coming in from the northeast. It's barely a breeze now. It has reduced itself, so that is good. The Visibility is fairly good, although it is a little bit overcast at the moment. Unfortunately, the weather is supposed to deteriorate as you go in through to this evening and into tomorrow morning. Be expecting potential mist and overall just grey, rainy, dull weather, so do make sure you wrap up warm enough for that. Otherwise, in the meantime, that's going to be it from us. We'll be landing in about 10 to 15 minutes time. So yeah, the weather report actually goes as follows. So the temperature is 16 degrees, dew point 11, humidity 72%, QNH is 3015, winds at 50 degrees at 8 knots, visibility 10 kilometers or more, ceiling 4,100 feet at ground level, broken clouds at 4,100 feet at ground level. Tonight and tomorrow they're expecting horrible weather. Really nasty weather. Alright, how are we doing? Right, we're doing good to take off the speed brakes. And we'll bring that down to 7,000. The autopilot tries to catch up with itself. There we are, that's better. Tell you what we'll do, we'll start getting ourselves set up for landing. So, just got under 10,000 feet, so we are now going to put our landing lights on. And that's basically it, effectively. What is the temperature outside now? +1 degree, so we're going to turn the window heat off. We should be relatively safe there. We'll keep the wing heat on a little longer. If we can find our airport somewhere. It's pretty going to be miles away. Okay, let's go back. We must be that far away, it's not even on there yet. Either that or I've gone past it already, one or the other. We'll try again another couple of minutes. Yeah, John, let's turn back. Let's go to Ibiza instead. Good afternoon, ZZZ Fathom. Welcome aboard, mate. We are about 10 minutes out from landing at the moment. We will probably be established in about 5 minutes or so. Once we get ourselves around past
Go on 457,
Nilo.
you are 1 mile south. Descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway 1 left approach. Descend and maintain 2,500 feet. Expect vectors ILS runway 1 left approach. Pull out 457.
Oh, we're starting to get rid of most of the icing now, which is good. In fact, I think we might be able to turn off the wing anti-icing actually, come to think of it. Because it's, how warm is it outside? +4 degrees? Yeah, that'll be fine. Considering we are no longer in the nasty conditions that was Liverpool, I think we're going to turn on just a little bit of floodlighting. There we are, it's better. I can actually see stuff. Right, so the plan is as follows. We will let the autopilot get established on the ILS. Once we have got ourselves set up for a landing, we will then disable and take manual control in order to perform a manual landing on runway 1 left into Stockholm. Now, I'm not too concerned about visibility. Should be fine. I mean, based off of the Metro report that we read about 5 minutes ago. So if we reset the live radar I have here, we should be able to have a little look on the cloud cover. Yeah, still a bit half and half. Not quite as bad as what it was earlier, so that's something. So once we get past this next waypoint, we are going to descend to 5,000 feet. I'll do it gradually. We'll then shove on the approach mode, and we will then start our approach into Stockholm.
Go on 457, you are 2 miles south of Orlando.
What's
Present heading and altitude.
what's IG when it's at home?
128.73.
Oh, Instagram. No, no, I can't say I do. I'm a bit old-fashioned. Yeah, no, I've got. You can catch me over on Twitter for all of the latest information as to what I'm up to and when I'm up to it. You can also check out my Facebook as well. Although if you want live up to dates, Twitter's probably going to be your best bet. But I'm still fairly active on Facebook as well. And then that just leaves obviously YouTube, which is what you're watching on, and then Twitch. And then I am from a tiny little island. Hang on, I'll show it on the map. Tiny little island called Jersey, just off the French coast. It doesn't get any better weather than the UK, I can assure you. It's still just as dull, boring, and always raining, just like it is over there. What about Facebook? You on Facebook? I also have Discord as well. I use Discord for when I'm doing co-ops with people. I haven't got my own like Discord page yet. I haven't got that far. Maybe one day when I get enough time to sort it out. Oh, check out that sun. Look at the reflection on the water. That's fantastic. Okay, let's see, where are we at? Alright, okay, mate. We'll be live again from tomorrow at 12 BST, except we'll be doing Total War 3 Kingdoms, and we bring out a new DLC, which I'll be hopefully covering, depending what time they release it. Oh yeah, good old Hong Kong. I mean, quite like to quite like to see Hong Kong, but it's not exactly probably the best places to be visiting at the moment. I kind of feel sorry for all of the hassle you guys are going through. Let's put it that way. Oh, it is. John, this is by far the best sim I have ever come across. I mean, I never realised that. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's kind of like one of those sims where it's so far in its own league that it makes everything else look like just child's play. Like, yeah, I mean, not being funny, it does. It does. Alright, cheers, bud. You have a wonderful evening. Take care. Right, so we're now descending down to 5,000. We should definitely be able to find the airport on the page now. There we are, found it.
Our landing tower, Pounce2K is 4 miles south with Alpha to land. Pounce2K, our landing tower. Make straight in runway 1 left. Altimeter 30.11.065 at 1 Niger. Fly straight in runway 1 left, Pounce2K.
Right, that's that sorted. Shame about the clouds, otherwise we would have a nice view coming in. Right, we'll shove on the approach mode system when we get to the next waypoint. We're going to start slowing down and get ourselves set up for landing. Relatively large runway, so I'm not sure if they use 2-stage flaps or 3-stage yet. We won't need full, that's for sure. We could probably get away with 2, you know. I don't know, I've not got that far yet. We'll see.
Call 457 turn and taxiway. Call 457 cleared to land runway 1 right. Follow the generic on final. Wind 065 at 1 Niger. Cleared to land runway 1 right, call 457.
Alright, approach mode is now activated. Just gotta wait to get established. Yeah, let's get rid of that map. Don't need that anymore. We can see everything on our screen over here. I don't like that for some reason. I prefer the arc. Right, let's get ourselves some flaps out. Now we're gonna go stage 1. And let's just double check the speeds. Alright, let's take it down to 170. We'll go stage 3, I think. There goes stage 2. Goodbye stage 3. Right, we're going to be from the cockpit from here on out. So the approach mode will actually get the aircraft to seek out the localizer, and once it catches the localizer, then you will have this action happen where it's now following these two things, and this will bring us down the glide slope all the way to the runway. So we could basically do a fully automatic landing and just let this do its thing, and this will land itself. You don't even have to do anything, but we're not going to do that. We're going to disable it now. Get my cable out of the way. Right, gears going down. Get that cable out of the way, otherwise it's going to get in the way. So when you got an ILS, you don't even have to really do anything. You're literally just playing a video game of just trying to line these two up. If you got turbulence, then it becomes interesting. You kind of got to work a little bit then.
1,500.
I mean, you can even get the auto throttles to do the speed for you. But we're not. We're doing it. We're doing it under our own influence, so to speak.
Pounce 429er, 1 cleared to land runway 1 left. Wind 075 at 20. Cleared to land runway 1 left, Pounce 429er 1.
See, we got lovely weather conditions, where we're just able to just ease it all the way down to the runway. That is pretty slow, and in a 320. So we're a little bit above the glide slope, but it's such a long runway we can afford to have a little bit to play with.
300.
You see cars down there.
60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard, 5.
Yeah, on the ground. Don't even need any reverse thrust to a runway like this. Should have had my view a little lower. Actually, it was a bit high. Oh well. Right. So first thing we're going to do is turn on our runway turn-off lights and our taxi lights. Turn off the landing. APU master switch to on. Gonna try and vacate this runway as soon as we can. We're going to bring the speed brakes back in. Should be back in. They are now.
Pounce 429er, 1 contact ground of 121.705. 121.705 for Pounce 429er 1.
There we are, that should be us far enough behind the stop marker. Now we can turn off lights, strobe lights. Taxi can stay, that's fine. Get the APU started. Yeah, we've already set our parking brake. Alright, fantastic. Get our flaps back in. Cheers, bro. It took a lot of work to start to get comfortable with how some of these aircraft work, because the sensitivity is always different in every single sim. Our APU is now generating power, which is fantastic. Can we get any taxi to gates? Taxi to parking, not quite the same thing. It's fine, we'll take it.
Our land to ground, Pounce 429er, 1 taxi to parking. Pounce 429er, 1 taxi to general aviation parking by taxiway Charlie Alpha Delta Echo.
General aviation, that's hilarious. Right, so we'll find a gate.
To general aviation parking by taxiway Charlie Alpha Delta Echo Pounce 429er 1.
We'll find a gate and then we'll shut it down. And you know what, that's got to be the best sounds, is when you're shutting it down. Starting up and shutting down, that's the best. Alright. Let's try and suss out where the gates are. I've never flown to this airport before, so I have literally no idea where all the gates are. In fact, I don't even know where half the taxiways are. So I'm going to suggest we head round this area. I mean, I can see a few jetties and stuff like in front of us, so we could try over there. Alright, we can turn some of this stuff off. I'm impressed they've got MCAS actually working. You can actually see that's lighting up, and I've had a few close calls thanks to ATC. Right, now I'm kind of... Can we look out for some vehicles on the ground? Because there should be some gates that have ground services that we can use. I'm tempted to head over there because it looks straightforward. Although, hang on, what have we got here? That we've got pushback. No, just pushback. There we are. Let's go for that one there. I mean, we've gone completely the wrong way around to get into it, but oh well. It makes parking easier. Yeah, I think I got that turned off as well. But then it's not even given us a gate, it's just wanted us to go to general aviation parking, so it wouldn't have helped us. We would need to get air stairs, because I'm not convinced that that jet bridge would be long enough. I think the line stops about here. No idea. Can have a quick look. Oh, check that out. That's not a bad guess. To be fair, I did kind of add, like, a cheat. I was dead straight anyway. And just as well we started the APU because we can't get external power as I kind of expected. Right, we're going to turn our taxi lights off. And the moment you've all been waiting for, or to be honest, not going to lie, I've been waiting for it. It's flicking switches again when it shouldn't be. That's what I really don't like with the zoom. The zoom doubles up as a switch twister. Which is a great idea, but it doesn't work perfectly. Right, let's retract those completely. Apart from just turn them off. Might as well turn those off, they're not generating power. Let's not turn off the pumps just yet, as we'll lose the APU. We'll turn off the beacon lights so we can get the ground services to approach. I don't think we'll be able to get any ground services over. We can have a little look. We might as well have a look. No, there's none. Oh well.
Arlanda ground, Pounce2K, could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
It's gonna say no.
Pounce2K, we can't connect the jetway to the aircraft. Please retry later.
I like how it says please retry later, right? Like, you could wait indefinitely and it still wouldn't change. Right, that's everything basically shut down then. So let's turn off the APU. We're now just running off the batteries. Now you hear the APU spool down now, or you might not because it's a lot quieter. Yeah, you can hear it outside. Nice. Nice indeed. Right. And then there's a cheat sheet. This is what I love to do, right? When you're in a rush and you get to the bit where you parked up and everything, you've literally just shut off the engines. You don't even have to worry about the APU or any of that. Just turn the battery switches off. As long as all the generators are off, turn the batteries off, and it will shut off everything. You got an APU running, it will shut it off. You got anything running, it will shut everything off. It's hilarious to watch. It's like the whole concept of an on-off switch. Anyway, that's going to be it for us today, guys. It was an absolute pleasure, as always, to have you all on board. I will roll the credits momentarily, but not before I express my appreciation to every single one of you, because you guys are absolutely amazing. Honestly, every single interaction on stream, it's so much appreciated. Every single like, follow, subscription, all that fantastic stuff you guys do, it is so much appreciated. And I made such a huge point at the end of every stream going through every single individual name that pops up who's interacted on stream, because it's just fantastic to see. It's great support, and it really boosts my morale to basically help me keep doing what I do. And it's fantastic that we're starting to get a community together. It's just absolutely mind blowing. It's fantastic. So like normal, if you'd like to keep up to date with what I'm up to and when I'm up to it, then do head over to my Twitter page and give me a follow over there. You can also follow my Facebook, although Twitter's probably going to be your best bet because it's the one to keep up to date the most. And if you haven't got bored of me yet, then feel free to head on over to my YouTube channel, where you will not only just find previous live streams, but you'll also find pre-recorded content and all good stuff like that as well. Otherwise, that's going to be it from me, guys. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on board like normal. You always make it interesting every single time, so hopefully I will continue to see you around, and I will be back again same time, 12 o'clock BST tomorrow, where we'll be doing something a little different. We'll be doing Total War 3 Kingdoms, where apparently they're bringing out a new a new DLC. I'm not sure what time they're rolling it out though, so if it's not out by the time we start streaming, we'll have to find something else in the meantime. But War Thunder's just put out an update, so there is that as a backup if need be. Alright guys, as always, it was an absolute pleasure. Hopefully I'll see you all again soon, and please have an absolute wonderful evening. Do take care, and I will be seeing you next time. This is Pounce2K Gaming, signing off.